Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned. First blood.
I'm on a short fuse. I will blaze a trail. I am the fire that cleanses the world. Go. You can't contain me, summoner. Like wildfire. This body is just one of many. I am free. You can't contain me, summoner. Going.
Vengeance is at hand.
I am the fire that cleanses the world. I'm on a short fuse. This body is one of many. Yes. I will blaze a trail. This body is just one of many. Going. Yes.
An enemy has been slain.
Cleanses the world. Some say we're on it. Like wildfire. I purify this one. I will blaze a trail. After millennia, I am free. I'm on a short fuse. I will blaze a trail.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
I'm on a short fuse. Like wildfire.
An ally has been slain.
Take me, summoner. going. Cleanses the world. After millennia, I am free.
An ally has been slain.
This body is just one of many.
They shall not
Contain
Enemy double kill.
Spinning flames of fury!
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm on a short fuse. This body is just one.
Slain.
Fire that cleanses
An
the
enemy
world.
has been slain.
After millennia,
Enemy killing spree.
forged in pain.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I will blaze a trail.
Enemy rampage.
Blaze a trail.
Feel my fury with your skin and face!
There's
Has been destroyed. Shut down.
yes. I am the fire that cleanses the world.
An ally has been slain.
After millennia, I am...
Enemy double kill.
I'm on a short fuse. This body is just one of many.
Shut down.
You
An
can't
ally
take
has
me,
been slain.
summoner.
Executed.
Blaze a trail. Like wildfire. This body is just one of many.
Killing spree.
I am the fire that cleanses the world. Going. I'm on a short fuse. Yes. You can't
An
contain
enemy
me,
has been
summoner.
slain.
I'll be right back. No one died.
After millennia, I am free. Going. You can't contain me, summoner. I will blaze a trail. Yes.
slain. Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I am the fire that cleanses the world. Like wildfire. After millennia, I am free.
An enemy has been slain.
Yes. Going.
Audacious!
It's just one of many.
Kiss the sky and punch the stars!
I'm on a short. I will blaze a trail. Fire that cleanses the world.
An ally has been slain.
After millennia, I am free. Can't contain me, summoner.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Fire's vengeance.
An ally has been slain.
Like wildfire.
Shut down. has been slain.
Audacious bravery shield!
You can't contain me, summoner. I'm on a short fuse. You can't contain me.
Shut down.
I'm on a short fuse. Fire that cleanses the world. Blades a trail.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I purify this one.
Double kill.
A master.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
This body is just one. Yes. You can't contain me, summoner. This body is just one of many. I'm on a short leash.
I am the max.
I will blaze a trail.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Watch this.
Fire that cleanses the world.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
You can't contain me, summoner.
Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. Aced. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
cleanses the world. Go.
Did you miss it?
One strike.
This body is just one of many.
Aced.
We must attend to other matters.
Executed. Executed.
That's basics of chakras. Believe it or not, we haven't even begun to scratch the surface of this incredible and complex topic. Chakras 2 will be a few weeks away though. Understanding the chakras is understanding the cosmic universal flow. It is a scaling and harmonizing of vibration between polarized frequencies. Just looking at the waveform alone, the vibration of red and the vibration of blue are completely different. Chakras are the exact same way. Now, when a person is focused on one particular chakra, their whole world is colored by the energy of that chakra. It is literally like a lens through which everything in existence is interpreted. In order to explain this clearer, allow me to demonstrate what I'm talking about. You remember the qualities of each chakra, right? We covered that in part 1. The brief overview is survival, sex, willpower, love, and emotion, sound, sacred geometry of creation, and finally, spiritual awareness and understanding. So when a fractal or a piece of the everything known as spirit, consciousness, or God comes into this brand new reality, such as a baby being born, they have one thing on their mind and one thing only. It's survival. They want to be able to survive and stay here. Their whole focus is on being able to survive. They are almost entirely dependent on their guardians at this time, and usually it is the mother and the father who pick up that role. Depending on how well mommy and daddy do at making them feel safe, the quicker they can transcend to the next level. Nursing is a natural way to bring the child into a state of safety, as well as explore the next chakra simultaneously. The root chakra is synonymous with support from the environment around you. If a child is growing up in an unsafe space where there's a lack of nurturing to keep the child feeling safe and explorative, it will take longer for solid transition to take place and can even cause long-term damage to the understanding of the child, and they will grow up with many traumas, anxiety, and pain. The moment survival has been achieved, it becomes clear to Spirit that there are 1 or 2 more chakras available. There are actually 2, but Spirit may only see 1. It cannot see beyond a half-step wall leading to the heart. The half-step hides the higher chakras from Spirit, at least until Spirit has learned to master the lower chakras. That wisdom of completion shows the way into the higher understanding. Once survival has been achieved, Spirit desires to make contact with other beings in this reality.
The best.
This is instinctual.
I
When you're a baby,
decide.
that's usually interpreted as making contact with your mother and father. It is one of the youngest and earliest actions compelled by the sexual chakra, and it is sexual in nature. As you get older and your sacral chakra matures, the desire for contact shifts from the innocence of support from your mother to a different form
Das
that I'm
Dorf.
sure we're all aware
Das
of.
Dorf.
The essence of the sacral is to reach out, locate, and make
Der
contact
Markt.
with the life that exists in the world around you.
Always.
Die
At a young
Märkte.
age, it covers everything from holding your mother to snuggling a kitty, although it
Das
has been in a way
Hotel.
programmed out of us by our own media and peer groups.
Die Brücke.
Now that Spirit has survived and
Brücke.
made contact with other life in the world, the third chakra that is available
Mein
is called the solar
Opa.
plexus, willpower. Spirit wants to know how things
Meine
work.
Oma.
What are the laws of this
Oma.
new world? How does gravity work? How do you do things?
Ihre Töchter sind jung.
You try and control the physical world, picking up toys and playing with them, moving things around.
Ihre Töchter sind jung. Ihre Töchter sind jung. Das Hotel ist groß.
I decide what the tide will bring.
As I live, all will die.
Let us hunt those who have fallen to darkness.
They are nothing before me.
Ihr seht den Markt nicht. Ihr.
Some just need a little help.
Sie sieht die Töchter. Die Bank ist klein.
Questions well punted.
We'll bring them pain.
Du siehst die Märkte. Die Gebäude sind groß. Diese Dörfer sind alt.
There's no antidote for me.
Das Dorf. Der Markt. Das Hotel. Meine Oma. Die Brücke. Mein Opa. Die Märkte. Der Bruder. Meine Mutter mag die Kleidung. Die Schwestern haben Durst.
Feet are strange.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
We are all tied to the ocean.
"30 seconds until minions spawn.
I still hear the song of the sea.
Minions have spawned.
Flopping around. I'll find my path. My quest. Ew, whale breath. Ride upon the waves. People and their air.
Purge with silver.
There's always another way.
First blood.
Sure as the tides. We'll see my home again.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
My people are counting on me. Swim against the current. My people are counting on me. There's always another wave. We are all tied to the ocean. Ride upon the waves. Swim against the current. I'll find my path. Ew, whale breath. Feet are strange. People in their air. Sure as the tides. Still hear the sound of the sea. Quit flopping around. My quest beckons. I will see my home again. Swim against the current. I will see my home again.
Double kill.
I still hear the song of the sea. There's always another wave. My quest beckons. My people are counting.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. You have been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Quit flopping around. Leaders strange. People and their air. We are all tied to the ocean. Sure as the tides.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
I will see my home again.
An enemy has been slain.
Sure as the tides. There's always another wave.
An ally has been slain.
These are strange. swim against the current. I still hear the song of the sea.
An enemy is unstoppable.
My quest beckons. Ride upon the waves.
An enemy has been slain.
We are all tied to the ocean. My people are counting on me. Whale breath. Quit flopping around. There's always another wave.
Shut down. Double kill.
Sure as the tides.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
This is Minnow's play. Bottom feeders. I still hear the song of the sea. We are all tied to the ocean.
An ally has been slain.
Ride upon the waves.
Has been slain.
Welcome to the deep end.
Shut down.
will see my home again. My people are counting on me. People and their air. Quit flopping around.
Killing spree.
My people are counting on me.
Ally has been slain.
I still hear the song of the sea. There's always another wave. Sure as the tide.
An enemy has been slain.
Quit flopping around. You're all tied to the ocean. Ew, whale breath. We are all tied to the ocean. Ride upon the waves. I still hear the song of the sea. My quest beckons. Swim against the current.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
I'll find my path.
An enemy has been slain.
Ew, whale breath. Walking around.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
There's always another way.
Godlike. You have been slain.
I will see my home again. Sure as the tides. People in their air.
Has been slain. Legendary.
There's always another way.
Has been slain.
strange. Sure as the tides. Flopping around. I will see my home again. My people are counting on me.
An ally has been slain. Has been slain.
Ride upon the waves. I still hear the song of the sea. Ride upon the waves. These are strange. The ocean will sweep them away. People and their air.
Has been slain.
I will see my home again. There's always another wave. My people are counting on me. Quit flopping around. We are all tied to the ocean.
Has been slain.
Other monsters at best. I still hear the sound.
Has been slain.
Sure as the tide. Swim against the current. ride upon the waves. Quit flopping around. Ew. I still hear the song of the sea.
Enemy rampage.
My people are counting on me. Wash them away.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Feet are strange.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Let the sea. We are all tied to the ocean. There's always another wave.
An enemy has been slain.
People and their air. Quit flopping around.
Seine Großeltern sind jung. Er und mein Vater sind Brüder. Wir haben einen Großvater. Haben Sie unseren Sohn? Ich habe Beziehungen. Beziehungen. Hast du eine Schwester? Ich will die Beziehung nicht. Hast du Brüder?
Demonstration of superior judgment.
Hallo Großvater.
Your will, my hands.
Let me have it.
In carnage, I bloom like a flower in the dawn.
As balance dictates.
Der Bruder.
Dead man walking.
I long for a world.
Wir gehen durch den Park.
Our rage is beyond your control.
I decide what the tide will bring. Tactical decision, Summoner.
Gehen. Durch. Wir. Durch. Sie zählt die Orangen. zählt. Ich gehe die Straße entlang. Entlang. Es ist ein Garten ohne Blumen.
Quit flopping around.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
My quest beckons.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I'll find my path.
Minions have spawned.
Feet are strange. My people are counting on me. Swim against the current. I still hear the sound.
First blood.
Ride upon the wave. People and their air. Sure as the tides. We are all tied to the ocean. There's always another wave. Ew, wave.
An ally has been slain.
Ride upon the wave. There's always another wave. I'll We are all tied to the ocean. Quit flopping around. People and their air. Sure as the tides. I will see my home again. Ew, little breath. I still hear the song of the sea. My quest beckons.
An ally has been slain.
People are counting on me. Swim against the current. We are all tied to the ocean. People are counting on me.
An enemy has been slain.
Ew, whale breath.
This comes only in the moment before I fire.
A summoner has reconnected.
I'll find my path. There's always another wave. Ride upon the wave. Still hear the sound of the sea.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Quit flopping around. The ocean will sweep them away.
Your turret has been destroyed.
My quest beckons. Feet are strange.
An ally has been slain.
People and their air. My quest.
Enemy killing spree.
Quit flopping around.
Have been slain.
People and their air. We are all tied to the ocean. There's always another wave. Sure as the tides.
hear the song of the sea. Ew, whale breath. I will see my home again.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Room against the fence. I'll find my path.
Smile. Everyone is watching.
My people are counting on me.
Has been slain.
Welcome to the deep.
3.
My quest beckons.
I suggest you run. I want to savor this. I suggest you run. I want to savor this.
Sure as the tides. I will see my home again. We are all tides here. My people are counting on me. I still hear the song of the sea. They're flopping around. Ew, whale breath.
Shall transcend.
There's always another wave. People in air. Swim against the current. We are all tied to the ocean. Swim against the current. I will see my home again.
Has been slain.
Quit flopping around. Ew, whale breath.
Been slain. Shut down.
Ride upon the waves. Your move. My people are counting on me. I'll find my path. There's always still hear the song of the sea.
Killing spree.
Quest back.
Enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Sure as the tides. I will see my home again. Quit flopping around. Swim against the current.
An ally has been slain.
seconds. My people are counting on me. There's always another way. Sure as
Your
the
turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed the turret. An enemy has been slain.
Do not force my hand.
Battles me.
Ew, whale breath. I still hear the song of the sea. This is Minno's play. I'll find my path. Ride upon the waves. People and their air.
Has been slain. My people are counting on me. Swim against the current. I will see my home again.
I still hear the song of the sea. Ride upon the waves. There's always another wave. Stand ready. We are all tied to the ocean. Quit flopping around. I'll find my path. I still hear the song of the sea. I'll find my path. My people are counting on me. Ride upon the waves.
An enemy has been slain.
I will see my home again. People and their air.
I was only in the moment before I
My
fire.
quest beckons.
Shut down. Dominating.
There's always another wave.
Rampage.
They're all tied to the ocean. Feet are strange.
Your turret has been destroyed.
There's always another wave. I still hear the song of the sea. Quit flopping around. Ew. Will see my home again. Swim against the current.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Sure as the tide.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
My quest beckons. I will see my home again.
Breathe in the atmosphere.
Swim against the current.
has been slain.
Ride upon the waves. I still hear the song of the sea. Wash them away. People are counting on me. Northwest beckons. I still hear the song of the sea. Whale breath. I will see my home again. People are counting on me. Ride upon the waves. Quit flopping around. We are all tied to the ocean.
Has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Rampage. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
My quest beckons. Swim against the current. There's always another wave. Sure as the tides. We are all tied to the ocean. Swim against the current.
Ally has been slain.
I'll find my path. Feet are strange. Quit flopping around.
Slain. You have been slain. An ally has been slain. Legendary! The enemy's
I will see my home again. Ride upon the waves. There's always another wave.
Enemy double kill.
People and their air.
Shut down.
My quest beckons. We are all tied to the ocean. Always another wave. My people are counting on me. I will see my home again.
Enemy killing spree.
Sure as the tides. Swim against the current. People are counting on you. I still hear the song of the sea. We are all tied to the ocean. Feet are strange.
Bliss is only in the moment before I fly.
There's always another way.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
My heart and sword, always for Demacia.
I decide what the tide will bring. All the world on one arrow.
Gartenblumen. Ohne. Mein Sohn ist nur 18. Mein Sohn ist nur 18. Er hat 14 Hüte.
I thought you'd never pick me. The black rose shall bloom.
Der Hund läuft gegen die Wand. Läuft. Gegen. Wand.
Leave nothing behind.
Es geht um Defense. Geht um Fans. Zählt es nicht? Zählt. Ich habe seine Nummer. Drei ist eine Nummer.
I will see my home again.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has reconnected. Minions have spawned.
Swim against the current. Afraid to get your feet wet? My quest beckons. Yeah. Ew, whale breath. There's always another wave. People and their errors. Feet are strange. Ride upon the waves.
Boom. Headshot.
You'll hear the song of the sea. Sure as the tides. Around.
Boom.
My people are comforting. We are all tied. I'll find my path. I will see my home again. We are all tied to the ocean.
Boom. Headshot.
Ew, whale breath.
Boom. Headshot.
There's always another way. My quest beckons. I still hear the song of the sea. Sure as the tides.
An ally has been slain.
People and their air. My people are counting on me. Quit flopping around. Ride upon the waves. Swim against the current. Quit flopping around. We are all tied to the ocean. People and their air.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Not force my I will see my home again. Ride upon the waves. Swim against the current. My quest beckons. Ew, whale breath. Endure as the
An ally has been slain. A summoner has disconnected. Now! A summoner has reconnected. Ally has been slain.
wash them away.
A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has reconnected. Behold, has been slain.
There's always another wave.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Ew, whale breath. I will see my home again. There's always another wave.
ally has been slain.
I still hear the song of the sea. My quest beckons. Quit flopping around. My people are counting on me. I'll find my path. Swim against the current.
Each lifetime is a spirit. Each lifetime is a chance. Take it.
The rare battle monster that fell.
Push onward. Perhaps you're not
Rampage. An enemy has been slain. We are all free.
People in their ride upon the wave.
Has been slain.
Feet are soak it up.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Swim against the current. Feet are strange. Ride upon the waves.
headshot.
People in their air.
Headshot.
Quit flopping around. I will see my home
An
again.
enemy has been slain.
People are counting on me. Hear the sound of the sea.
has destroyed a turret.
We are all tied to the sure as the tides. The sea has no pity.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
My quest back.
Rampage.
Sure as the tides. Quit flopping around. We are all tied to the ocean.
Has been slain.
All is not a puros.
Stay resolute.
An ally has been
Ride
slain.
upon the waves. Swim against the current.
An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
I still feel hear the song of the sea. There's always another wave.
Shut down. Shut down.
I'll find my path.
An enemy has been slain.
Ew, whale breath.
Has destroyed a turret.
Ride upon the waves.
An ally has been slain.
My quest beckons. Eat our
Your turret has been destroyed.
There's always another wave.
An enemy has been slain.
Hear the song of the sea. Quit flopping around. We are all tied to the ocean. People are counting on me. I will see my home again.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Have a drink.
Enemy double kill.
Swim against the current. Sure as the tides. Bottom feeder. People and their air.
An An enemy has been slain.
The ocean. Sure as the tide. I still hear the song of the sea. Ride upon the waves.
What is desire with lost pain? Before your exception.
I will see my home again. My quest beckons. Swim against the current. There's always another wave. This is Minnows play. The ocean will sweep them away.
I will not falter!
Long battle live.
Swim against the current.
I don't want you to worship. I want you to learn.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
You speak of having a soul. It was never yours. None of them were.
We'll hear the song of the free.
You have been given the tools to know your destiny.
Ride upon the waves. I will see my home again. My quest back. Flopping around. There's always another way. We are all tied to the ocean. Sure as the tide. My quest back.
Your team has destroyed the turret. An ally has been slain. Has been slain.
There's always another way. Swim against the current. Feet are strange. I will see my home again.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Get into the deep. ride upon the waves. People
Has been slain.
We are all tied to the ocean. My people are coming. We are all tied to the ocean.
An ally has been slain. Been destroyed.
Still hear the song of the
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Sure as the tides.
Ich habe seine Nummer. 18 und 19 sind Nummern. Bist du 18? 18 und 19 sind Nummern. Der Junge hat 14 Bücher. Achtzehn Mädchen spielen.
We're all familiar with the age called the terrible twos. It's a common age when spirit is very interested and full of willpower to want to know everything about the world around it, to test it and see what it can do and what it can't do. The child will continue until it's satisfied in its basic understanding of reality. When you're a baby, you are unaware that there's a change in the directions after the third chakra. There's something we call a half step obscuring the next 4 chakras. The child is not aware of the many more chakra lessons to come and how much more to life there really is. The child is oblivious to it. On Earth, even when we become adults, we may still not know that there are higher centers in the body. Much of this world is still living in the first 3 chakras, but that is changing fast. Mother Earth is waking up. Hey there, welcome back to Spirit Cycles. Roughly 2 months ago, we made a video all about Mars retrograde, which had just begun its moonwalking orbit across the sky. Today, Monday, May 19th, we are closing out the cycle and transitioning back into our regular flow. But what does that really mean? To be honest, this actually has to do with gravity at a subatomic level. Nazim Haramein recently published a peer-reviewed journal about quantum gravity and how the spin rate and speed of the energy around the singularity is essentially where gravity comes from. Despite the fact that public acknowledgement of this would lead to technology like flying cars and cloud space, it's also an explanation for the subtle, yet apparent connection between the celestial bodies and our mental emotional selves. Now don't worry, we're gonna come back to quantum gravity down the road. But in the meantime, this time slot is reserved for some stuff about the energies of Mars in relationship to all of us. In this particular flavor, Mars had been moving opposite in Libra. This energy sort of pushes us in the direction of making shifts in our lives, lifting the veil of who we think we are. The emotional awareness of our male energy. The waves of these experiences can be our opportunities and fertilizer for tremendous growth in our connections to each other and to see what matters most to us as we are co-creating our lives together. As Mars comes to a close, it's sort of like a book in that there's a crescendo of energy at the final few weeks and then a closing out of the vibrations and the creation and transition into something new. Think back. Any big explosions in the past month, good or bad? You may have found yourself in situations which triggered impatience. You can look at this as the old ego, the old programs that clung to what's left of itself as you stepped away from it. I think it's safe to say that we all got caught up in ourselves at some point or another. That's normal. The key here is recognizing it, and upon the recognition, changing it into something new. Healing happens in the resolving of problems, the coming together of old energies with the transmutation to change and create that very something new we just mentioned. That's really what Mars retrograde is all about. cultivating both that feeling and the physical action and motion that goes along with it into the new cycle. And remember, you never stop doing anything. You simply start doing something new. The transition itself is the close to the previous thing, unless you choose to incorporate both of them together. Now, you don't know Eye Patch yet, but he knows you pretty well. I asked him about this and he said something like, it's as if being strapped to a large rubber band and you're trying to move forward and create, and yet there's something pulling you. As Mars retrograde comes to a close, there's a point at which the rubber band either breaks and you go soaring forward, or it snaps back, pulling you with it. If the motion and growth simply isn't there, if it lays dormant inside you, then that rubber band is gonna whip you around and leave you dizzy and disoriented. Really, I think it happens to all of us to varying degrees. There's constantly so much happening all the time. Through our awareness of that, we can make decisions that propel us forward. Mars retrograde not only affects us on an individual level, but on a global level too. We'll all have to pay attention to that one because we'll be the ones making it happen by choosing where we put our attention and focus. And we'll see how many people broke that rubber band and how many people got snapped back. Oh, so I have a little bit of a surprise for you. Mars retrograde just ended, but Saturn retrograde is still happening, and that one will remain in effect until July 20th. Maybe we'll have to do a video on one of those too soon. If you wanna learn more about that, click here. Or if you're on mobile, links in the comments, until YouTube fixes these little linky boxes. You know the ones. That about covers it for this one. Thank you for watching. And don't forget to check out our new Spirit Science Live channel. There's some pretty cool stuff up on there too.
Mein Sohn ist 16.
I'm no hero. Just a yordle with a hammer.
It's not how much time you have. It's how you use it.
What doesn't kill you just isn't finished yet.
Fortune doesn't favor fools.
Hey there, I was just cleaning up some delicious popcorn. I got so excited while watching Nassim Harriman demonstrate that all particles at the smallest level we know of function like tiny toroidal with tiny singularities in each one. I got so excited that I threw popcorn everywhere. You see, it's so exciting because with that understanding, we actually begin to open up our understanding of what similarities is rising. We expand our ideas about our observation and awareness, and thus, our ability to affect it. We're used to dealing with a lot of density instead of what things really are, empty space.
Hat 11 Schwestern. Hat 11 Schwestern.
Light and fluffy, like popcorn.
Ist es 12?
Don't you trust me? It seems a little out.
So much
The information does seem dense, but what we think of as dense isn't even close to
the vacuum of space.
Spirit messaged me on the interwebs recently and asked me how come I thought the vacuum cleaner model of a black hole wasn't fitting. I responded very simply. Where's the motor? Where's the cleaner bed? The filter? The power source? How does it work? I get the analogy. It's a vacuum cleaner because it sucks things up, right? Got it. So what about the center of the galaxy, which is not only absorbing light, but also radiating it? Is that like the light on top or something?
Ich habe ein Dutzend Katzen.
Why don't we use the analogy of a whirlpool or a hurricane instead of a vacuum cleaner? Especially since
Ich habe ein Dutzend
the surface
Katzen.
of the water from above appears flat. And much like our diagrams with whirlpools and water, the energy going into the vortex is going somewhere. Where? A space of greater density. Because at the bottom of the whirlpool, it's all really heavy because there's the weight of the water compressing on top of it. I mean, isn't that the perfect model for the black hole? Why are we getting stuck on a vacuum cleaner? Nassim's work describes the structure of the vacuum, a sacred geometric prism, which is an incredible, if not perfect, representation of the structure of reality. All of the elements, all of the atoms, and even the stars follow a basic set of principal patterns which are mapped out like this. The idea is that the vacuum of space itself is dividing in very specific ways in relationships. The cube octahedron is one of the fundamental shapes which fractals out. Its opposite is the star tetrahedron, the inward and the outward flow of energy from the center. When we begin to look at the relationship between the data points in the vacuum, we see that they equate the phi ratio over and over and over. This is the pattern we come up with, which Nassim has called the 64 tetrahedron grid. Were you to put a sphere around every point, they would create a perfect three-dimensional flower of life. This is basically a three-dimensional Metatron's cube, a structure by which all known structures can be found. The pattern can continually fractal larger and smaller to create complex geometries and structures, such as molecules or organ systems in our bodies, which are made up based on the variety of different patterns all found within the shape. If this structure is the male component, then the female component would be the toroidal flow between and around all of the points. Imagine that every sphere in and of itself is a torus, each with a singularity of its own. But the larger fractal is a larger sphere, also with a singularity, of which all of the other toroids are connected to. You can see this geometry really clearly in the brain. You have the entire field, which is a network of interconnected data. Then you have the corpus callosum, which acts like an accretion disk of a galaxy. And then the pineal gland right in the center, which is the connector and the singularity for the entire network and field that is your brain. This structure also breaks down our construct of time because of the nature of the singularity. The singularity is the infinite vacuum, a space that may or may not be very strong, but has a relationship to all of the singularities around it, all of the empty space. By the fact that they are connected through their singularity, energy and information can pass through the center and translate to anywhere else in the grid if there's a passage to it. Much like the idea of folding a piece of paper to create a wormhole, when the singular connection is made between 2 points, now the entire distance can be traveled instantly. This is demonstrated scientifically when we see that subatomic particles can be in 2 places at the same time, or break the laws of physics when it comes to time and order, almost as if some particles are moving backwards in time. Seriously, time-traveling subatomic particles are real. Sources in the comments.
Minions have spawned.
So this is really, really cool. So cool, in fact, that I have to save the meat of it for another video dedicated entirely to the subject. But did you know that time slows down the closer you get to a singularity? In a singularity, time actually begins to converge on itself. Later becomes now, and now becomes later. But like I said, we'll get into that at a different time. Through the singularity, the 2 spaces, the very big and the very small, are completely unconnected. They're inside of each other, might be another way to say it. Nassim even suggests that the entire egg in which our universe exists inside is actually a much larger black hole, a supermassive black hole. How amazing is that? The singularity is the key to unlocking and understanding that. Looking at the geometry, we can see and begin to understand how it works. So let's take that idea and fractal it out a bit. You may or may not know about the I Ching, one of the oldest texts.
First blood.
Quit flopping around. Sure as the tides. Feet are strange. We'll see my home again. My quest beckons. There's always another wave. Swim against the current. Ride upon the waves.
You're looking a little green.
The seas are rising.
An enemy has been slain.
I'll find my path. People and their air. Swim against the current. Feet are strange. There's always another wave. You'll see my home again.
You're looking a little green.
Ride upon the waves. Quit flopping around. Sure as the tides. We are all tied to the ocean. Welcome to the deep. Whale breath.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Still hear the song. My people are counting on me. I will see my home again. Swim against the current.
An enemy has been slain.
Whale breath. Do not force my hand.
You're looking looking a little green.
There's always another wave.
Here's something that won't wash off.
Quit flopping
An
around.
ally has been slain.
I still hear the song of the sea. I'll find my path. My people are counting on me. Ride upon the waves. Feet are strange. Sure as the tides.
I don't want that back. I'll be right under the nose.
Hi! My quest beckons. The sea has no pity.
An ally has been slain.
We are all tied to the ocean. Their puddle monsters are
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Sneaky, sneaky.
sure as the tides. Swim against the current.
An ally has been slain.
Ride upon the waves. I'll find my path.
Here's something that won't wash off.
We'll see my home again. People and their air. My people are counting on me.
Time to go. I'm gonna want that back!
An ally has been slain.
Quit flopping around. My quest beckons.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Time to go.
We are all tied to the ocean. Sure as the tides. I still hear the song of the sea.
An ally has been slain.
Ew, whale breath.
Time to go. You're welcome!
Feet are strange. There's always another wave. I will see him again. People in their air. I'll find my path.
Has been slain.
be right under the nose.
Not so fast. Go to the thick. Swim against the current.
Has been slain.
My quest.
There's a smell real.
Ally has been slain.
Ride upon the waves. Quit flopping around. Sure as the tides. My quest beckons.
Here's something that won't walk off.
Feet are strange.
Sneaky, sneaky.
There's always another wave.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Ride upon the waves. I will see my home again.
An enemy has been slain.
My people are counting on me.
An enemy has been slain.
Quit
An
flopping
enemy
around.
has been slain. Your team has destroyed the turret.
Swim against the current.
Your team has destroyed the turret. Your team has destroyed the turret.
I'll find my path. We are all tied to the ocean.
Back before anyone knows.
Quit flopping around.
Don't blink! Heads up! Get right up!
Ride upon the waves. People and their air. My people are counting on me. My quest beckons. We are all tied to the ocean. I will see my home again.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Thing that won't wash off.
Ew, ew breath. There's always another way.
Get right up!
Slain an enemy. Your turret has been destroyed.
The ocean will sweep them away.
An enemy has been slain.
My people are counting on me. I will see my home again.
Don't blink!
We are all tied to the ocean. Quit flopping around.
Unstoppable.
People in their air.
An enemy has been slain.
There's always another way. Leaders, strange. There's always another way. I still hear the song of the sea. My people are counting on me. Quit flopping around. My quest beckons. We are all tied to the ocean.
I'll be right. I'm gonna want that back!
People and their air. This is Minnow's play.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Triple kill.
Swim against the current.
Shut down. Shut down.
Wash them away.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Strange. Ride upon the waves. Sure as the tides. You'll see my home again. I'll find my path.
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Sure as the tides. Swim against the current. Free! I will see my home again. There's always another way. Go to the finish. People and their air. We are all tied to the ocean.
Time to go.
I still hear the song of the sea.
Oh, hello!
These are strange.
I'll be right under the nose.
Has been slain. is set up
Hold it right there.
Come get me!
Flopping around.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Don't blink!
Sie essen 1 Dutzend Eier. »15 Männer. Männer 15. Es gibt 17 Zimmer. Gibt. Du hast die Hälfte. Das Kind sieht 13 Eier. »16 ist eine Nummer. Das Haus hat 11 Zimmer. Die Hälfte.
Let us hunt those who have fallen to darkness.
Let me have it. I decide what the tide will bring. I thought you'd never pick me.
Death is like the wind, always by my side.
They are nothing before me.
I always take my toll. Blood or gold.
Solid. Fired up and ready to serve.
Captain Timo on duty.
That we know of today. The text is said to describe the laws of nature through the union of polarities. It is a diagram consisting of 64 hexagrams, which represent vibrations of balance in between the yin and the yang, negative and positive energy. By taking those 64 hexagrams and putting them together, the collective number of the long lines and broken lines, when you put them together, can be constructed perfectly to create the 64 tetrahedron grid exactly. Not a single stone out of place. They fit together as if to say, yes, this is in fact the structure of the vacuum of space, the blueprints of the universe. Check out Black Hole if you want to learn more. You can find links in the comments, or you can watch it right here. Share with you a story. This is your story, and this is my story. The evidence we have currently demonstrates that life on Earth appeared roughly 4 billion years ago. Humans arrived maybe 200,000 to 300,000 years ago. Listen to this story, which is yours, and decide what you want to do with it. In truth, this story does not begin on this planet at all, but with a star. A star as beautiful and incredible as all of the other stars in the sky, as amazing as our sun. This star exploded, and in it created a rapid torrent of energy, expanding out in all directions, in all dimensions. From this explosion of energy laid the foundation for new life, new creations, and new manifestations to take place. One such manifestation was our solar system and all of our planets. In the beginning, our planet was a collection of dust and rock particles, a hard-shelled ball. Volcanoes show us what the Earth used to look like and how it evolved.
People are counting.
Volcanoes became like a furnace, creating water in liquid form through evaporation and heat emerging from within the crust of the Earth. Water formed vessels like bloodstreams across the face of the planet, and many oceans became heavy with salt. The mineral and rock formations within the Earth gave a means for crystals to form. And crystals contained a natural biological geometry for a higher consciousness to emerge. Where did biological life first spark? scientists believe primitive life forms called archaeobacteria, blue-green algae, was the first form to turn to the sun for energy and reproduce and evolve. They transformed the atmosphere of the planet.
Minions have spawned.
Before this time, the atmosphere was rich with carbon. These billions of microorganisms grew from the carbon, and the carbon drained from the atmosphere and entered the crust to become what was next. The life spread throughout the water, through water cycles, waterfalls, rivers, oceans. All life drinks the same water. Water is essential. Life that grows depends on water. It depends on the sun. The air we breathe comes from the algae. The algae needs fresh water to continue to grow. The engine of life is linkage. In life, everything is connected. Water and air are one. Sharing is everything. In nature, everything is shared.
Ride upon the waves.
Coral is formed from algae and shells coming together, which provide homes for more fish and other life. Trees took a very long time to grow. They reach upwards towards the sun and are perfect statues, as if striving towards higher truth. They have the power to capture life's energy from the sun, turning it into vegetables, wood, and other living matter. From that, new soils are formed. Earth relies on a balance. Every being has a role to play. Every species exists in cooperation and harmony. And this harmony is not easily shattered. Everything is used in nature. Everything has a purpose. How many species are there that we know of? What do we truly know about the bonds that link them all? The Earth is a miracle, and to modern science, life still remains a mystery. Today, life is just a link in a chain of innumerable others over 4 billion years old. And within just a pinprick of that amount of time, we, the Homo sapiens, with our tremendous brains and nearly limitless potential, have disrupted that balance completely. What this means is that there's something really magnificent and fantastic about us. And we may have dropped the ball a bit. Humans appeared on this planet several 100,000 years ago, and we have transformed the face of the planet. There are many stories about how it happened. Nobody knows for sure. The ancients speak of sky people who came down and began inhabiting the lands, of lost civilizations and cities which functioned more in tune with themselves. These records come from our ancestors nearly 6,000 years ago, which today we believed was our first civilization. Regardless of where we came from, we can see what has happened since we have arrived. This is what we're going to look at. We're going to do it in short because it's really depressing. So just bear with me while we go through this. We have taken control of every species of life, of all lands, and turned it for ourselves. We took control of animals to help discover and conquer new territories. We subjugated the growth of plants, calling it agriculture. From that spawned cities and civilizations, eliminating the need to migrate around and scavenge for food. Now, it was in our backyard. But that wasn't enough. We needed more. We tapped into the energy deep within the earth, pockets of sunlight captured in millions of years worth of coal, gas, and oil. And we have seen more change within 50 years than in the last 13,000 years combined. And not all of it is good. Cities like New York and Los Angeles are symbols of the exploitation of oil and the resources that we have forcibly extracted. There aren't many farmers left, and the industrialized farming actively poison our foods with pesticides, which in turn poisons us. Don't believe me? Just ask the food workers wearing radiation suits. But how can all of the food demands be met without concentration camps of cattle, where not a blade of grass can grow? Instead of grass, trucks haul in grain that is fed to the cattle to become meat to stuff our faces. Houses are cloned, copied, and standardized, wiping creativity off the map. Everywhere, machines dig, rip, bore, and tear into the earth, faster and faster, without any regard for the millions of years worth of what Mother Earth has been creating. Excessive mining will soon exhaust all of the planet's reserves. 100 millions of metric tons of fish have been exhausted. Most large fish have been fished out of existence because they no longer have time to reproduce. Globally, water levels are falling. Places like Las Vegas are the biggest consumers of water in the world, where in other places they have none, and women dig aquifers day after day. Deforestation tears up the earth to make way for new factories. In some places, deforestation is a last resort for survival. Every 1 in 6 humans live in a crowded, overpopulated environments and don't have access to clean water or even electricity. The current plan, it seems, is to pick every pocket of sunlight and use it all up until there's none left. Even heating the tar sands in Canada is getting sumptuous. The way we burn fuel pumps carbon back into the atmosphere, upsetting the Earth's climactic balance as well. How long can this mirage continue? How long can we continue to fool ourselves into thinking that we can survive on this earth that we're creating? This is our home. It is our responsibility to ourselves and to everything else on this planet to correct the mistakes that we've made.
I will see my home again.
Now, I'd like to make something clear about what's just been shared. What we've been looking at, the poverty, the water levels, the exploitation of oil and raping Mother Earth's body for anything that we can get our hands on.
All tied to the ocean.
Well, this is often looked at as the cause of what's going on. In truth, this is the result. This is what we created as a result of what's going on. So what's really going on? This is something we've looked at before in spirit science. This vibe that often feels like a gnashing, gnawing, tearing apart feeling. It feels like it's happening inside ourselves, and most of us don't have any idea of what it is. It's the separation, and all of the stuff that comes from it. The fear, the anxiety, the I'm not good enough, the I want to have power over you. All of that is the result of the same thing, the feeling of being separate. The illusion that you are separate, and the fear and the hurt that comes along when you think that you are alone. You are not alone. We are not alone. It's time that we recognize that we are the power. We are the planet. We are the ones to create the new world for ourselves. It's not up to someone else. It's not something we need to vote on. It's not even something that we need to wait to do. It's a space that we can come from, a space that we can come to within ourselves. All of the problems of the world could be fixed overnight if everyone could come from that space. In the current world, we lie to ourselves and each other all the time. We tell each other that we can't do it, that we're not good enough. When we lie, every action we take is in defense of that lie. Until we can come to a space where we are honest with ourselves, then we can start to be real with ourselves. When we come from that space, we can come to the table with something new. A new space that says, okay, what's going on? How can we fix it? Through conscious conversations with each other, we can think of new ways of doing things. Hey, shut that machine off. It's poisoning us. Done. Hey, let's rewrite our healthcare system. Let's try doing something new that works. Done. Hey, let's make all cars 100% electric. Let's make a way of generating electricity for free.
There's always
That space you come from that makes that kind of conversation possible is the heart, the unity consciousness, the Christ within, also known as just plain honesty. It's a space that doesn't deny what is real in favor of a more convenient lie. It's a space that is honest about how one feels and what one sees. It's a space that listens with the intention of understanding what another says, rather than just waiting for the other person to stop talking so that you can start talking again. It's a space that's compassionate for all humans, all life, from the best of them to the worst of them. A space that holds all life as a sacred thing, and something that can be explored from a space of excitement and freedom. You are not alone. We can make this happen, and we can all do it together. We can do it for ourselves, and we can do it for each other. We can do it in a way that works. In fact, the only way to do it is to do it together. Not on your own, not as the sole leader of the movement, but together. You're involved, I'm involved, and we're both doing what we love and loving what we do. And from that space, anything is possible. True freedom is the absence of limitation, the presence of possibility.
My quest beckons.
Think of it this way. The ancient civilizations understood all of this. They didn't have the technology that could create the powerful life for themselves, an amazing life full of wonder and awe. See, today we have all that technology to be able to do that, but none of the awareness of how to make it happen. It's very much Fibonacci. With Fibonacci, we take what we had previously and what we have now and add them together. We take the best of both worlds, the technology and the awareness, and we put them together. It's the natural way of doing things, so that we exist in abundance, exist in growth, exist in harmony, just like the rest of nature. It's by design.
I still hear the song.
to create even more connections between our understandings of singularity, black holes, and ourselves. All of these ideas have been put together based on lots of research. I'm learning along with you. Your comments inspire me to learn and grow more so that we may grow together and change the world for the better. Now, I'm about ready to make these videos on a weekly basis again, but I can't make them alone. It's a huge, colossal task. So, in order to do this, I'm gonna need some help. Let's see, maybe I can create some assistance. Let's start with a little, perhaps someone with a bit more female energy. She's gotta be an incredible artist. And lots of fun to hang out with. Well, hi there. Can you help me talk about some stuff? Awesome, here we go. I want to talk about singularities. Why is it that we generally only think about singularities as they relate to huge things, like black holes and galaxies? From that perspective, it's so far out there that we have no way of identifying it personally. How does a black hole relate to me? What can we do with all the information available about them? Do we see singularities anywhere else in our reality? Perhaps as something that we can relate to on a personal level. And for that matter, what is a singularity, really? Well, the modern definition of a singularity is the state, quality, or condition of being singular. It's also known as the point at which a function takes an infinite value. Interesting. 0 and 1, all at the same time. Singularities were first coined as a description of a singular space from which all things came from before the creation of the universe through the Big Bang. This idea was then carried over to describe what happens inside a black hole. And then they were related to singular points in general across our various scientific fields in mathematics, both observational as well as theoretical. This is exciting. Singularities are not solely limited to black holes. They appear everywhere. We just have to practice identifying them. One of the best examples we have at our disposal is a waveform. A sine wave continually oscillates back and forth between a center point, a singular point between the yin and yang. This is a singularity in motion. I mean, you know as well as I do that, especially since radio technology, the use and recognition of waveforms is present all over the place. It's even what we see when we look at the spectrum of light through a digital lens. So we have all kinds of singularities that we know of today, and oftentimes they're represented by a dot. In modern mathematics and geometrics, we have mathematical singularities, singular points on curves, rational singularities, isolated singularities, movable and removable singularities. These are all describing more complex versions of that sine wave singularity that I first showed you. We also have the idea of technological singularities, but we're gonna save that one in our pocket for another episode. Now, one thing we cannot see is the black hole itself, given that they absorb light. Because of that, one of the ways that we have identified black holes is by looking at the results. Celestial bodies orbiting around a singular space at a very high speed, dictating that something must be having an effect on them, which has a very powerful gravity. Just like with a waveform, they both oscillate up and down between the center points. And I'll agree with you that it's a very small and subtle similarity. At face value, a waveform and a bunch of stuff flying around a sphere in space seem completely different. At the same time, just ask yourself, if you were to map out what this three-dimensional perspective looked like in 2 dimensions, what would it look like? Maybe something like this? And what if you mapped that out over time? Interesting. In this way, the very large harmonize with the very small, and we are exactly in the middle of that. And that's really the whole point. Einstein, one of the most beloved characters in the storybook of mankind, took up a quest for truth, which set him about on an expedition to find a theory of everything. Upon opening the door to general relativity to the world, he then journeyed to find a way to unite the forces of relativity and the world of the quantum. A theory where the very big and the very small come together as one.
Ride upon the waves.
And ever since then, that's what's been up. Scientists everywhere have been striving to do this. But the problem was that general relativity and quantum mechanics appear to be two completely different things from them, completely contradictory in every way. And that's another trick. We don't know how they come together, but we do know that they do. They have to. What we know scientifically about black holes is that they demonstrate the laws of both the quantum world and general relativity simultaneously. And it is baffling to us. In order to fit these two theories together, we have to know the structure of the vacuum. By knowing the structure, the geometry of the vacuum of space, we could superimpose it on both of our scientific models, the quantum and the relative. We would certainly see where these models would break, but we would also see where they come together. We would develop new models based on our new understandings and use it to create the most amazing world to live in. I mean, that might even be the secret to a universal flow of free energy, or even flying cars. So yeah, let's talk about that. We'll see you next Monday.
Sure as the tides.
This is kind of a fun one. Let's take a few minutes to talk about black holes. Truth be told, we don't really know a lot about black holes or singularities. Not naming any names here, but there are actually some scientific institutions that have published videos describing them as gigantic vacuum cleaners in space, or big sucking blob monsters that absorb everything in sight. But that's not really scientifically accurate because it has no structure to it. What we do know about them is rather interesting. With our modern mathematics and physics, we understand that at the center of the black hole is a space with zero volume and yet infinite gravity. Infinite gravity, so powerful that light itself cannot escape its pull. Infinity. You know what that means, right? It means that the speed of light isn't the fastest thing in the universe, as we have believed for so long. There's something faster, which has some relationship and connection to gravity. Whether faster than light is something specific to black holes, or if they're found elsewhere in the universe, that's not yet officially scientifically known. But I've reckon that at the heart of light itself, inside the photon of light in the nucleus of a subatomic particle, at a level so small that our technology cannot even see it, that infinity is also present. So I want to show you something interesting, and also a little funny. Just flow with me on this. It's pretty funny if we can lighten up about ourselves. See, it appears as though pictures such as this have been used for years and years to try and describe the structure of space and black holes. Among all of these pictures, there is this common trait that I saw in all of the diagrams. Yes, the space is curving, but the space is curving from a point of flatness. Over and over, all over the world, space-time is often described as if it's this big flat plane out in space, and that the planets, the stars, the black holes just sort of create gravity around the fabric of space. And it just made me laugh. I mean, come on, this is a little funny. You know, first we had to fight our way to try and prove that the world wasn't flat, and it looks as though we're having to do the same thing with the universe. But don't worry, I'm pretty sure that most people would agree that space itself isn't flat. And I'm also pretty sure that these scientific institutions don't genuinely believe that space is flat. Oh. I understand that this is a technological trial of ours. We're not exactly sure what it looks like, because it's probably like being underwater, and there's waves constantly moving from all different sources, grabbing from this star, and that star, and this galaxy, and this black hole. It's a jumble, it's messy, and we don't know how to visualize it. We don't even know which way is up, if there even is an up. For all we know, there isn't. Direction only happens in relationship to something else. And so even if our whole galaxy is a particle floating around a great deep ocean on another planet in a super universe, unless we can actually demonstrate it scientifically, we're pretty much just throwing darts in the dark. Now the original reason I brought this up was this whole flat universe model. We need to find a better way to describe space-time and the shape of black holes. And it's actually starting to happen. See, now pictures like this are starting to gain steam on the internet. These concepts seem to accurately demonstrate the toroidal flow of the cosmos and the patterns in geometry that are at the heart of the ways that reality is constructed. But why is this important to the world? Honestly, I think it helps people see how these same patterns are present everywhere, from whirlpools, galaxies, atoms, and even in our own bodies. We grow and build a sense of connection with everything around us. Now, I want to present an idea with you. This is an idea that has sort of been mainstream-ish for a while, but it never really got the big attention from scientific institutions or the media, because we have a hard time seeing this to be demonstrated out in the universe. At the same time, that's how we evolve in science, is we have to make predictions and then try and demonstrate and find examples of these things to see that they are in fact true. Or find the way in which it is true, how it does work. Just because this way isn't right, doesn't mean that it can't work another way, such as this. You know how black holes absorb light and matter and pretty much everything? That light obviously must go somewhere. The laws of the toroidal field dictate that what goes in must come out, and what goes out must come back in. Now, the problem was that we've never really been able to follow or watch or see where energy and light goes once it goes into a black hole. We are blind once things pass the event horizon. All we know is that the laws of physics break down, infinity becomes reality, and anything is possible. Some theories about this, as well as a beautiful demonstration by Neil deGrasse Tyson in episode 4 of The New Cosmos, discusses the idea of going through a black hole and coming out in another universe, or a parallel dimension. In the case of black holes, at the point of singularity, the fabric of space itself is said to break, and all of the different universes are connected. We can also imagine that perhaps small black hole vacuums are what creates stars. You know, stars form from collapsing clouds of space-time. And perhaps at the core of that music is that infinite space and infinity, the singularity. I know. What does it have to do with you, right? Everything. It has everything to do with you. And we're gonna get to it. We have a new episode planned for next week, so stay tuned. Oh, and if you haven't seen this yet, yeah. For me, I'm just in awe that there's so much about reality that we really don't know. The universe is so vast and so much greater than ourselves, and we're a part of that whole. We make it up, and without us, it would be incomplete. That's pretty awesome. Don't believe or disbelieve anything we discuss in spirit science. Simply have your own experience. Better get some popcorn ready. This one's gonna be pretty long. Back in the late 1700s, there was a social movement liberating the modern world from the reign of control that religion and superstition had on the people. Essentially, after a darkest part of the century, we were really beginning to wake up, started making new inventions of a rapidly changing world. The industrial era was beginning. Because of this, we began to see that maybe religion as an answer was not in our best interest, and so the movement happened. We turned to science instead to answer our questions about the universe. The only problem with this was that we grouped in many things with superstition that we probably shouldn't have. Things like consciousness, intuition, human connection, paranormal phenomena. All of this is right over the door of superstition, but in fact, we've proven these things today to be real. So after 200 years of just going with the same idea about what's classified as superstition and what's okay to talk about, mainstream science is still going with the assumption that consciousness is just a part of the brain. They don't know how it works, they don't have a single rational explanation for it, but they keep on believing it. Why? Well, when we tossed superstition out of the door, even talking about it became taboo. It's just not done. Literally, the reason that it's tough talking about this stuff in the mainstream scientific community is because that's just the way science has been for 200 years. They won't have any of it, even though there are scientific institutions that prove that theory wrong. The field of noetics and the works of biologist Rupert Sheldrake and his colleagues have more than proven mass consciousness exists and is definitely not a part of the brain. Now, no disrespect to the scientific community, but that assumption that we're still holding onto has not gotten us anywhere. It's time we begin to question the decisions of our ancestors, because many of the things that we've been led to believe to be true simply is not. I'm not saying blindly accept all of the new stuff that's coming out nowadays, but we should at least put it on the table and be able to discuss it as a global community. One other thing before we get this rolling. I want to give an overview about what sacred geometry really is. Sacred geometry is the geometry of consciousness. It revolves around the idea that all consciousness, including human, is solely based on sacred geometry. Because it is, we can begin to see and understand where we have come from, where we are now, and where we're going.
Quit flopping around.
Both science and religion, creation is often discussed as perfecting, having a set or a specific beginning. In science, we call it the Big Bang. This is the theory that says everything in the universe was compressed to the point of a single, infinitesimally small particle. Something we would perceive as unity, and then rapidly exploded and expanded outwards and created everything in the universe. In religion, it is generally called creation, when God, or some all-knowing and all-seeing entity, being the only one imbued with such power, created everything, presumably in 6 days, before taking a well-deserved day off. Let's take a step outside the box for a second, and put these two sides of this cosmic coin into a Vesca Pisces. As usual, the two enemies that never got along actually have quite a lot in common. Both say that the universe started with unity and expanded out. Both say that light was an important factor in creation as well. If at the beginning of the universe we were one essence and somehow became everything, then both are saying the same thing, that we came from the same source. But wait a second, how can we make sense out of that statement, the universe is infinite, if we are measuring it from a sense of having a beginning? And this is what we're going to talk about now. If we value the pursuit of knowledge, we must be free to follow wherever that search may lead us. The free mind is not a barking dog to be tethered to a 10-foot chain. Today, I want to talk about two specific energies that can be expressed Neither of them is greater nor weaker than the other, and both are extremely powerful when fully manifested. Female energy is the land of unbridled possibilities, creative potential, and affecting the universe from within. Focused male energy takes direct roads from point A to point B. This energy can be as strong as a tank, accomplishing tasks and going where it needs to go with precision and without distraction. The important thing to know about this energy is in how they move. I'm going to use some super basic sacred geometry to demonstrate this. This is the Fibonacci spiral. We're going to be talking a lot more about it when we dive into the topic. For now, all you have to know is that it starts at 1 and flows outward forever in a very specific way, and is present in all life everywhere. As male energy flows through the spiral, it goes from base point to point, from here to here, to here to here. It doesn't curve, it just goes straight where it needs to be. Female energy, however, would flow in the actual spiral. It would go around, going in and around outside all of the lines, but still getting to the same or similar results. This is the graphic representation of how it flows, but it also acts in the same way. From this understanding, you can see how we use these energies in our lives. It's the difference between driving straight to work and being on schedule all the time, and taking the scenic route because it's a more pleasant ride, even if it means being late. It's baking a cake strictly by what it says in the cookbook, and putting it together with what just feels right. It's getting that promotion for working the hardest, and getting that promotion for coming up with the best ideas. Here's a relatable example. It's the difference between Inception and Sucker Punch. Both about dreams, but one of them being the masculine story of professional men just doing their no-nonsense work, trying to get the job done, and the other being the feminine story that was creative and random and, according to many, didn't make much sense. Both male and female energy, like the chakras, have their own traits. Male energy is linear, analytical, strategic, and practical. However, when male energy is constricted, it's very blunder and confrontation, and what tends to occur is not seeing all sides of a situation, or not being open to any other possibilities other than the one being pursued. There's not a lot of that in today's society. Most commonly, we call it being closed-minded. Female energy and moving first. It does not stay inside the lines. It is creativity and movement, and expression and emotion. It can do anything and go anywhere, but it has trouble sticking to schedule. If constricted, it can get out of its flow, running rampant between emotions and mood swings and ideas. The creativity could get jumbled and come out as an out-of-control mess. We don't have this widespread issue in today's society, and it has a lot to do with our brain hemispheres. We're gonna look at that in a moment. One big difference between the two is that male energy looks at parts, and female energy looks at wholes. Before I go on, I want to make this clear. Male and female energy has very little to do with sexual orientation. Like, it's in the mix, but it's not a fundamental part of the energy itself. For example, if you look at the shape of male and female bodies, men have straighter bodies, women have curvier bodies. We'll probably come back to this in a lesson down the road. Okay, brain hemispheres. We have two of them, and if you remember what you learned in grade 10 biology, this will be familiar. The left brain is the male energy side of the brain. It is orderly, statistical, logical, and mathematical. It sees things in straight lines, rational and practical. The right brain is the female energy side of the brain. It is our creative side, a free spirit. It is passion and experience of taste and feeling, movement and art. As is the same with the energy, the left brain cannot make sense out of the right brain. You cannot put feelings and expressions within boxes. They must be felt to be truly experienced. The right brain, too, cannot make sense about how the left brain understands it. Okay, so as a species, we are primarily left-brained, well, incredibly left-brained. This basically means that, as a species, we essentially have a male energy imbalance. There is way too much of it. It is dominant and is constricting on the female side of the brain. Now, don't get me wrong, this isn't a bad thing. In fact, it's kind of a blessing in disguise, but we have to talk about some other things first. Everything in the universe is geometric, whether it's people, trees, cats, planets, solar systems, stars, you name it. Anything in the universe can be measured on a geometric scale. Having said that, it's important to note that creation is also geometric. What we're going to be looking at today is the pattern of creation. Essentially, what this means is that everything in the universe comes out of this single pattern. I'm not making this up. This single image will change everything. When I mentioned in Lesson 5 that the ancient Egyptians and even more ancient civilizations knew about a deeper, basic understanding of the universe, this is the flower of life. And it is also the creation pattern of everything in existence. Even non-tangible things, emotions, thoughts, music in its entire spectrum, everything comes from this image. Okay, so there are 13 information systems that comes out of the flower of life. Today, I'm going to show you how physical reality can manifest. One of the 13 systems. In future lessons, we will look at more. It's also important to note that at first it may be useful. I ask that you do not choose immediately to tell yourself. Watch with an open mind, and try and see this in a new way. Also, I want to tell you that by learning about sacred geometry simply by observing, you are absorbing only a very minuscule amount of information. If you really want to learn more, you must begin to draw yourself. I kid you not, when you do this, you begin to see things in a new way. You begin to understand why things are done in the way that they are done. I promise. The flower of life was known around the world in ancient times. It was found in Ireland, Turkey, Israel, China, Greece, Germany, India, and Iceland. It's also been recorded to have been found in England, Tibet, Japan, Sweden, Lapland, the Yucatan, and I think 14 other places. This thing is everywhere. Not only that, but everywhere around the world it has the same name, the flower of life. Now, to understand the flower of life, first we have to talk about how it's formed. This could get incredibly complex, so I'll try and keep it simple. Imagine consciousness, or the spirit, floating in a void, which means it's nothingness, and then spirit. No physical body or mind, just spirit, and that's it. Then blackness, essentially nothing, all around the spirit, for infinite. Spirit decides to do something, so it expands its consciousness all around itself as far as it can go without moving. It creates a sphere around itself. This is the first circle in the flower of life. Then, spirit has an awareness of what's around itself in 360 degrees. It moves to the very edge of the sphere, anywhere, and repeats what it did the first time. It creates this image, which also creates the Vesica Pisces. Within the Vesica Pisces is a vast and incredible amount of knowledge about width, proportion, depth. Also comes the square roots of 2, 3, and 5, which are all numbers that go on forever. But even more interestingly, comes geometric information about light. We'll talk about that in a moment. Now, the spirit has no choice but to do it again. Spirit is flawless, and therefore it will move flawlessly, creating the next circle either here or here, exactly one radius away from the other circle next to it. Every time spirit moves another sphere, more and more knowledge comes out of the image that is created. The first complete image to be formed is this. It has two names, the seed of life, or the Genesis pattern, and for good reason. Now, let's look at the book of Genesis for a second. Each of these movements, or creations of circles, can be seen as another day. On the first movement, the second sphere, it created knowledge about not only mathematical proportions, but light. The first sentence of Genesis says, Earth was without form and void, and that the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the water. The very next sentence, God says, let there be light. The key here is in the order. The movement happens first, then light happens immediately after. Well, for what about the waters? Well, you have to remember, the Bible has been changed over time a lot. The ancient Egyptians would say that the way our modern Bibles begin creation is impossible, especially if you think about it from a physics point of view. Imagine a dark, infinite space that goes on forever and ever in all directions. You're just floating there with nothing. You can't really fall, but where would you fall to? From a purely physics or mathematical point of view, motion itself, or kinetic energy, is absolutely impossible in a void. You can't even rotate, because motion cannot become real unless there's one other object in the space around you. So the ancient Egyptians would say that before God moved upon the face of the waters, it would first have to create something to move relative to. So, Genesis pattern, after 3 spheres, you get the Holy Trinity. Another interesting one, it says in many Bibles of the world, not just the Christian Bible, that on the 4th day of Genesis, exactly 1/2 of creation was completed. Starting from the first motion, exactly 1/2 of the circles were formed on the 4th day. 5th day of Genesis, 6th circle, more information, and then on the 6th day, a geometric miracle takes place. The last circle forms a complete 6-petaled flower. This is what many earlier Bibles meant when they said, in the beginning there were 6. Our Bible even said creation was formed in 6 days, and this fits exactly. This is the pattern of Genesis, although it's called the Genesis. It's also the beginning of the creation of the universe that we live in. These original movements of spirit are really important, but now let's look at something even cooler. Another image that comes out of this pattern is this. It's called the Tree of Life. Many may recognize this as the Jewish or Hebrew Kabbalah, but the Kabbalah did not originate this image, and there is proof. The Tree of Life does not belong to any culture. Not even the Egyptians carved the Tree of Life on 2 sets of 3 pillars at Karnak Temple, Luxor, over 5,000 years ago. It's outside any race or religion, as with all of these images. There are patterns that are intimately connected with nature. You'll also notice that every circle on the Tree of Life is either the length or width of the Vesica Pisces. The second image beyond Genesis in the Flower of Life is the Egg of Life. This is formed during the second vortex motion. Upon its completion, it creates an image like this, a 3-dimensional shape that you can hold in your hand. If you were to connect their centers, you would see a cube. So what? Who cares? Well, the ancient Egyptians did, because they were concerned with creation, life, and death. They called this cluster of spheres the Egg of Life. You probably won't believe me just yet, but this egg is a multi-infinite structure that created your body. Your entire everything about you is created. Everything from your height to how long you live. This is a whole lesson on its own, so let's move on. All around the world, the Flower of Life was always made the exact same way. This pattern can clearly go on forever. However, they always stopped after 19 circles. Why? Well, because they didn't want you to see what I'm about to show you. Back then, this image and knowledge was so sacred that they couldn't allow it to become common knowledge. It was appropriate at that time. However, now we either use the information or fall further into darkness. In biology, all cells have a zona pellucida around the edge. These circles around the Flower of Life are the zona pellucida of the Flower of Life. You must remove these, then complete the spheres that were cut off by the zona pellucida. With one more step, you'll have the secret. Finish the drawing, add the final missing circles, giving you this. This image is the Fruit of Life. This pattern of 13 circles is one of the holiest, most sacred forms in existence. It's called the fruit because it is the result, the fruit, from which the fabric of the details of the reality were created. Remember when we talked about male and female energy, lesson 4? As you can see, this image is female. It has no straight lines. However, when you combine male lines with these female circles, something amazing happens. What you do is draw a straight line from the very center of every single circle to every other circle in this image. When you do this, you get an image which is known throughout the universe, everywhere, as Metatron's cube. It is one of the most important informational systems in the universe, one of the basic creation patterns in existence. So what is Metatron's cube? Well, anyone who has studied sacred geometry, or even regular geometry for that matter, knows that there are 5 unique shapes in the universe, and that they are crucial to understanding both regular and sacred geometry. They are called the Platonic solids. A Platonic solid has certain characteristics by definition. First of all of its faces are the same size. For example, a cube, the most well-known Platonic solid, has a square on every face, so all of its faces are the same size. Secondly, the edges of the Platonic solids are all the same length. All edges of the cube are the same length. Third, it only has one side of the interior angle between the faces. In the case of the cube, this angle is 90 degrees. And fourth, when put inside of a sphere, all of the points will touch the edge of the sphere perfectly. With that definition, there are only 4 shapes besides the cube that fit that description. So, what are they? Well, we have the dodecahedron, the tetrahedron, the octahedron, the isosahedron, and the hexahedron. All of these shapes are found within Metatron's cube. This knowledge is also where original alchemy came from. The ancient alchemists and great souls like Pythagoras, father of Greece, considered each shape to have an elemental aspect. The tetrahedron was considered fire. The cube was earth. The octahedron was air. The isosahedron was water. The dodecahedron was all the same shape. They extend anywhere and are accessible at any point in space, time, and dimension. This is the great secret of zero-point technology. The sphere is voidness. These 6 elements are the building blocks of the universe, and they create the qualities of the universe. To summarize, this is the first informational system that comes out of the Fruit of Life through Metatron's. In alchemy, they rarely discuss evil. I've read that in the Pythagorean school, if you even uttered the word dodecahedron outside of the school, they would kill you on the spot. That's how sacred this shape is. 200 years later, when Plato was alive, he would discuss it, but only very carefully. This is because the dodecahedron is near the outer edge in your energy field, and is the highest form of consciousness. There's quite a bit more here, but I don't think I can go much further on it right now. Anyways, recognize this? The periodic table of elements? Every single element on this table has a geometric relation to one of these 5 shapes. Modern scholars ridiculed this idea until the 1980s, when Professor Robert Moon at the University of Chicago demonstrated that the entire periodic table of elements, literally everything in the physical world, is based on these same 5 forms. In fact, throughout modern physics, chemistry, and biology, the sacred geometric patterns of creation are being rediscovered. Another example is the egg of life that I showed you earlier. Hopefully that will help you to understand just how incredible and important of a discovery this truly is. We have 5 Platonic geometries that form everything in creation, but we don't have a hexagonal shape. If we look at the flower of life, we see that its ultimate basic form is in a 6-pointed shape, called a hexagon. Want to see where else hexagons form in life? We have all of these hexagons, and yet there is no Platonic solid that is formed with a hexagon. So, what gives? Well, I want to introduce vector equilibrium, which was coined by Buckminster Fuller. It is actually formed from 3 hexagons that swivel around each other. The basic shape is these are the 2 shapes that make a straight line. Together they balance and create the perfect shape. Why is it the perfect shape? The reason is that every single line which is connected in this shape is the same distance away from every other point, including the very center of the shape itself. Not even the Platonic solids have that definition, which also makes this the most stable shape and polyhedron, and the basis of the 3-dimensional flower of life. Finally, the only reason it's not a Platonic solid is because it has both squares and triangles within it. Platonic solids are Platonic because each face is the same, which makes me think that other shapes must exist that are balanced between 2 different shapes as well, and construct everything in the universe. Now, in the comments or end credits, depending on where you're watching this, I posted links to a TED Talks video by Garrett Lacey, a particle physicist who tells us of an amazing discovery in the scientific field. I want to show you and talk about his findings, and then we'll look at dimensions after that. Okay, so Garrett has discovered that by examining coral, they found that each coral head has thousands of different polyps. These polyps are constantly budding and branching into genetically identical neighbors. Through performing heat experiments on these polyps, they were able to find that every single polyp is part of a whole, a single unit of being, but each one is experiencing its own reality individually. From their findings with the coral, they were able to look at quantum mechanics. See, the mathematics of quantum mechanics shows us exactly how our universe works, and we see that everything in the reality is just continually branching into new possibilities, just like the coral. As humans, we are individually experiencing only one of these possibilities, much like the individual polyps. What physics is telling us is that everything comes down to geometry and the interactions between elementary particles. Things can happen only when things are perfectly balanced. So Garrett starts showing us some subatomic particles and the things that make up electrons and protons and neutrons. We always consider these to be the smallest particle, but we never think about what's creating them. Garrett demonstrates to us how the particles that create point particles and how they move. This is what they look like. At the tiniest scales of the universe, is very beautiful. Now, look at this. This is one of the ways that these charges branch off from each other. As you can see, it flows in a hexagonal pattern, the same pattern that was found in the expanded flower of life. Then, if you rotate this pattern in 6-dimensional charge space, you see it forms yet another pattern. Many of you will recognize this as the shape of the Star of David, but its true name is the star tetrahedron, which maps perfectly over the fruit of life. This entire pattern created by the particles is mapped across over precise places on a 200-dimensional spherical shape scientists have called E8, of which also has a geometric shape. By rotating that shape as well, you can see how there are nearly infinite possibilities as to how these elementary particles interact with each other, the details of the reality form. Now, as this shape is rotating in 8 dimensions, you can see a myriad of different patterns here. Look at this one in particular. This looks a lot like Metatron's cube, doesn't it? At the heart of particles, geometry. By now, you're probably thinking of geometry called in. Where did these third shapes come into the the original, the perfect geometric symmetry that created the universe. This shape that we learned not only is well mathematical, light, solids, but is is also the source of every musical system in the universe, including systems both used and unknown to modern man. It's also the source of energy patterns and, well, everything. It all comes from phi. I believe this is what is at the heart of the forming of the subatomic particle formation. It probably goes at least a few levels deeper than what here is showing us. Phi, also known as the golden ratio, or golden mean, is a very simple relationship. If you had a rod and were going to put a mark on it, only two places would mark the phi ratio, which is here or here. The length of A plus B is equal to the length of C. This ratio is 1.6180339 and continues on forever. If you multiply the length of C with phi, it will create the exact same image. C and D is equal to E. This ratio could then span on forever, going smaller and smaller or bigger and bigger forever. This ratio is infinite. It has no beginning and no end. It is also believed that phi is the mathematical root of all other sequences. See, every mathematical sequence in existence needs a minimum of 3 numbers to figure out the sequence. Phi only needs 2. It is the only one. Similar to how the circle and square are the source of all shape, but we'll get to that later on. The next thing that you need to know is that this ratio is found in all life everywhere. Sort of. By sort of, I mean it's really Fibonacci, but we'll look at that in a moment. Look at your hand. Not only does each finger have its own ratio moving up each finger, which is phi to the next bone, but it oscillates back and forth from the tallest finger to the thumb. You wonder why the human hand is like that? It's based on phi. This relationship is found throughout the body in various ways, moving up the arms and legs, in your face, throughout the entire body. This is a Greek statue that accurately represents this. The Greeks were very precise when they made their art, because they understood phi, Fibonacci, and the importance of these sequences. When the Romans took over Greece, you could see the perfection in statues just completely disappear. I'm not saying the Romans were bad artists, they just didn't measure everything to the same caliber that the Greeks did. Here is the phi ratio in butterflies. You can see this ratio everywhere, from the wing size to the body to the antennas. They're all phi ratios. Here's dragonflies. It's the same story. Phi runs along the entire body, and the relation to the body and the wings. Here it is in frogs. Phi is found throughout the body, in relation to the head, to the arms, to the fingers, and so on. Well, what about fish? You'd think they wouldn't be found in fish. Well, here's 3 kinds of fish. Once again, the ratios are consistent. It doesn't just apply to these creatures, though. Regardless of what mammal, insect, avian, plant, or living creature of any kind, you will find this ratio one way or another. There's a reason for this, but we'll get to that in a moment. Let me show you the importance we used to place on this golden ratio. In ancient times, we built many structures based on phi because we understood divine proportion. This is the pagoda of Yakushiji Temple in Japan. It's built with these same mathematics, from the doorway to the ball on top of the temple. It is a structural embodiment of the proportions that all life holds. The Parthenon in Greece also has the exact same mathematical structure, but even more. I recommend watching Nova's Secrets of the Parthenon if you wish to learn more about this, because the stuff that they find is really cool. The Great Pyramid in Giza also has these proportions. They're incredibly precise, perfect in every way. You'd think that by building these structures using the logical and mathematical proportions so carefully, that they would hinder the creativity behind these buildings, but they really don't. In fact, the left brain understanding all of this can even enhance creativity if used correctly. It makes me wonder about all of the world-famous buildings.
Was sagst du dem Vater?
Be a large factor in what makes them stand out.
Was?
Let's move on to our next sequence, which is called Fibonacci. Now, the Fibonacci sequence is life's way of creating the golden mean. Allow me to explain. This sequence is continually made from adding the previous number to the current. 1 and 1 is 2. 2 and 1 is 3. 3 and 2 is 5. 5 and 3 is 8. You can see how it continues. Now, what most people don't know about Fibonacci is that it actually continually strives closer and closer to the phi ratio. By dividing the current number into the last, you can see this happening. 1 into 1 is 1. Well, that's not close at all. 2 into 1 is 2. This time it's over phi, but closer. 3 into 2 is 1.5, which is under, but closer still. 5 into 3 is 1.666. This time it's over, but even closer. Continuing with that, it's 1.6, and then 1.625, 1.615384, 1.619048, and so on. It continually oscillates over and under the phi ratio, never quite making it there, but continuing on closer and closer every time, until eventually you can't even tell the difference. Because phi is an infinite number, this sequence will go on forever. Let's look at some spirals in nature, another way that phi and Fibonacci can manifest. This is a nautilus shell. Many people will say it's phi, but it's really Fibonacci. See how when it's in its earliest form, it's crude, not smooth or anything? One look and you can tell that's not phi. But as it goes out farther and farther, it gets closer and closer to phi. It becomes a nearly perfect phi spiral by the time it's all the way out here. This also happens with sunflowers, pine cones, and many plants in nature. In many cases, such as the pine cones and sunflowers, it flows in a double spiral or more, much like the spiraling arms of a galaxy. From the microcosm to the macrocosm, spirals are always present. So phi is basically source, or spirit, or God, in a mathematical way of thinking. The math of God. Don't forget that this sequence is an intimate part of nature itself. I'm going to call it source. It is the source of all mathematical sequences, and all life in existence grows based on phi. However, phi has no beginning and no end. Life doesn't know how to deal with that. It's like source says, go and replicate this, and life says, we don't know how. Because life doesn't know how to create from something that has no beginning. So it creates the Fibonacci sequence instead, which has a beginning, but starts out crude, very basic, and then continually goes closer and closer to source, becoming more divine every step. It does take steps too, which actually has quite a bit to do with evolution. Let's move on for now though. The only other sequence you need to know for this is binary sequences. This is a sequence like 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. We're just doubling the last number instead of adding it to the previous one. We're all very familiar with this. Binary sequences are found in life as well. For example, mitotic cell divisions are binary. We go from being a single cell being to having over 100 trillion cells in only 46 divisions. Binary sequences are also how computers work, by turning on and off chips. Computing at its core, anyways, is binary. This is how a polar graph usually looks, with 36 radial lines in 10-degree increments, representing the 360 degrees. Then, concentric circles are drawn, each with the same distance away as the last, creating 8 equal demarcations as the one before, counting the inside circle as 1. Think about what this represents too. It's a two-dimensional drawing of a three-dimensional sphere, one of the sacred forms, by projecting it onto a flat surface. This is also called a shadow form, and casting shadows is a sacred way to obtain information. Also, a polar graph has both straight, male lines, and circular, female lines, both male and female energies interacting at once. If you plot a golden mean spiral at 0 degrees on the polar graph, it will loop all the way around before hitting 0 again, exactly at the 8th circle. You'll find that this golden mean line crosses 5 specific places as it goes out. These places are where the female circular lines meet the male lines. It crosses at 120 degrees, 190 degrees, 240 degrees, 280 degrees, and then it jumps to 360, or back at 0, depending on how you look at it. What's interesting about this is that it creates both a binary and Fibonacci sequence. Looking at the radial increments from the center, it crosses at 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8.
Was
Well, that's
sagst
Fibonacci, but it also
dem
crosses at 2,
Vater
4, and 8.
du?
Well, that's a binary sequence. We're going to look at the binary sequence in particular, though, because what you find is very cool. If you draw lines from the outermost circles on the lines where the binary sequence was formed, you get this image. It is an equilateral triangle. If you continue the spiral outward, it would continue to hit these exact same places
sagt
and
ja.
continue to form larger equilateral triangles. Let's divert yet again to look at something very interesting. There was a man named Keith Critchlow who discovered something very important to understanding the geometry of music. First, he drew a straight line through an equilateral triangle, and then he measured from the middle of the center line and drew a straight line up to the top edge and back down to the bottom corner. Then he did the same, but passed through the center line of the top and back down again. He did this yet again on the other side. You can keep doing this on either side as well. By drawing this funny little form, he discovered something of great importance. He writes, continuing in this way, each successive proportion will be the harmonic mean between the previous proportion and the total length, and all of these proportions will be musically significant. 1/2 being the octave, 2/3 being the fifth, 4/5 being the major third, 8/9 being the major tone or step, and 16/17 being the half tone or step. In other words, he discovered the geometries of music, or at least one aspect of them. Then he tried measuring it in a different way, starting at a different point of the center line. At 3/4, he found the measurements were 1/7, 1/4, 2/5, 4/7, 8/11, and 16/19. All of these numbers are musically significant. This is very interesting. It means that the harmonics of music are somehow related to the proportions of the central line moving through a tetrahedron. Back to the polar graph, you can see that this drawing has a much greater value all of a sudden. Not only that, but it becomes even easier to make your measurements thanks to the polar graph itself. You can just draw a straight line
Alle
from the
sagen
drawing on the graph,
Tschüss,
and it will give you the
sagen
center line.
alle.
This information has been taken
Tschüss.
light years beyond what I just showed you though. A research team found that you can draw these lines not only from the center, but from any nodal points inside the upper half of the triangle, and you'll come up with all known harmonics in existence. Basically, this means that anywhere the straight line and curved lines on the polar graph cross from 0 to 120 degrees and start making the pattern, you will come up with all